Hey, everybody. All right, let's do this. Welcome back. Happy Sunday once again. It's almost the end of June here. I've been hard at work looking at some upcoming transformations of the space, but in the meantime, we're still working on this large pick-a-brick order that we talked about being from last October, so we're not quite a year overdue. But last week, we had an amazing success. On stream, we were able to make a Lothal Imperial TIE Defender factory entirely out of the parts left over from some of the alt builds that we've made, mostly out of copies of the 2015 set Kylo Ren's Command Shuttle. And it was just amazing. It's just the best custom build that we've done on stream yet. And the first stream that we've done basically since we started, certainly the first custom stream, where when we finished that build at the end of the stream, or shortly after the end of the stream, there was nothing else left to do. We were totally done. We don't have to place an order for any more parts. Nothing like that. So I thought that was totally awesome. And we're going to see if we can do some more of that as we go forward. So let's take a look at what we're actually going to get done today. And what we're looking at today is we are going to make a custom, another Imperial custom build. But this one is going to be an Imperial hangar bay. Kind of like when you think of Episode 4, the famous scene where the Millennium Falcon comes into the hangar bay and then they have to fight their way off the Death Star. But the one that I'm really thinking about is the hangar bay at the beginning of Star Wars Episode 6, where Emperor Palpatine's Lambda-class shuttle lands in the bay, and Emperor Palpatine steps off the bay, and Darth Vader is there, and it's all very spooky and black and ominous. So I can't figure out where I had the original images that I used to design this mock, but this is somewhere in between when we talk about mocks where I'm following instructions versus mocks where I'm free building. I know that I gave myself a certain number of parts, which means that I had an idea. So I found this, I was doing some Google searching as always, and I found some pictures of the famous scene that we can kind of see. Let's see, can we open this image in a new tab over here? Yeah, so this is the picture of the famous scene. Fun fact, this scene was actually hand-painted, by the way. This is not film of all these people. It's and if you really were to zoom in, you can kind of see that there's not as much detail as you would think. Or at least there wasn't. Yeah, like if you look at these guys back here. I've always found that bit of story to be really interesting. So a couple of elements that we can see in this scene that are super cool. Okay, so we've got black tiling that we're going to be working on. So we've got sort of a base plate, sort of a ray shielding or something that, you know, protects you from the atmosphere of space. And then you've got this black tiling. You've got some lights that help you land your ship. You've got containers. Infamously, if you've ever played like a Lego Star Wars game or anything, you've got all these containers over to the side that are like for refueling. You've got all these droids assembled, ready to go. Probe droid, astromechs. There's probably mouse droids around here somewhere, but I don't know if they've got painted in. You've got hoses for refueling. Refueling's a big thing. And then if you look over here in the back, you've got like a sort of underground level or underground area. That played a big role in Episode 4 because, again, that was like right in front of the Millennium Falcon when they were trying to escape. Maybe we can find a picture of that easily. Yeah, look over here at this one. We can see that there's another underground area right there besides the Falcon where they were watching, and they show up with inspection material. So this is our base image here. And then in the far back left here, I love this. You have these sort of like, how do you even call this? It's like, oh, I'm losing the word here. The word for when you have like scaffolding. You have like this scaffolding for this TIE fighter, which is suspended in the air back there. Now, our Imperial hangar is not going to be quite as detailed as this one is going to be, because it's going to be smaller. We are once again only going to fit this on a single 32 by 32 base plate, because in our Lego city, we're going to have this, instead of being exposed to the vacuum of space, instead of having high walls, this is just going to be a little refueling depot that's Imperial coded, that's going to sit beside our airport. And the cool thing about that is they're going to be able to land shuttles there. We haven't shown any shuttles on stream in a while, but like, we've made a lot of different shuttles from Star Wars. Both the ones that officially LEGO has made, and also a lot of ones that are unofficial, my own creations, which is why we had all those extra Kylo Ren command shuttles, by the way. So I have this other website I pulled up that has some of like, I really like this image. I can kind of see some of the things that you might expect to see in the Imperial Hangar. This was somebody's idea of it. They use kind of squares. I'm going to use kind of long tiles. Yeah, you can. I'm watching the cat sit down over there. I also have to use up these parts because I am getting a kitten 4 days from now. So I can't really have any stray Lego parts just laying around when the kitten comes in. We're going to have to teach the kitten that Lego parts are uninteresting. Current cat doesn't really care about Lego parts on tables, only cares about them if they're on the ground, because then they seem like something fun to play with, but I digress. All right, so let's go over to my notes section. Yep, pulled up as always. Really love the way that I've laid this stuff out here. So, notes, airport section, my own creation, Imperial Hangar. So, we're going to need 2 base plates. So we're going to go ahead and use this one. Nope. I want to use this up. I want to use this right here. And so we're gonna first off, we're gonna start by adding pins to this, just like we did last week. This is just the bottom layer. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, my airport is kind of an exception. Ooh. Airport is kind of an exception because the airport runway actually uses base plates. It's the only section in the entire city, entire Lego collection, that actually uses base plates and uses like airplane runway base plates with all these lights and things. It's very neat. I need to come back to that at some point. But I think that I don't want this refueling station to be on the same level as the runway, because Star Wars ships don't use a runway unless you're crashing half of the ship at the beginning of Episode 3. So no, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our pins as always, and our random Lego parts as always, to make sure we can stack another base plate on top of this one. So we're going to start this off the same boring way that we started off our build last week. Yeah. Cat is like, hello, can I come be involved? You can always come be involved, Cat. Come up. Kitty time? No, I think you just want to be fed, so we might have to do a little something with that. All right, so we're gonna actually, I don't want that one. Also, the bane of every Lego builder, I just clipped my nails the other day, which makes it harder to do all this. So let's put this. Actually, give me 1 second here. We'll be right back before we get this going. What's up, bug? Here, I'm going to just go ahead and preemptively get your just in case. Close this because it's a little warm. And let's go here. Get this. Good sips. Ugh. Okay, so we'll swap these out. Come on in. Yeah, we haven't done just a build of a boxed Lego set in a little while, but that's just because, I don't know, like, those are good to do while I'm like on the phone with somebody or something, but there's no real rewatchability value in that unless we're just hanging out. So we'll get back to those at some point, but not quite yet. All right, so we have our 4 corners. We'll get our sides here. 2, 3, 4. Again, we don't need too many pins to hold this thing down. Here's our, and then let's see. Let's get this because that's the edge. Let's get this because that's an edge. Let's even this one out here like so. I think we want another one here in terms of pins. And then we'll get our center point is about here. And then we'll get, I think, our internals. So we would have 4 internals. They would normally be right about here. Yeah, so we get 1, 2. And again, I'm just using up these little studs with pin because I can. This looks about right there, and we'll get this one about right there, which is great. But that's not enough to make this next base plate lie flat on this one. So what we're going to do is close this baggie up. And as always, when we're stacking base plates, we'll go over to our extra parts. And we'll start pulling out weird tiles. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 12, about 16 weird shaped tiles. Here's 1, 2, 3. And again, these are extra pieces that I would never use in any other build, one at a time at least. 4, 5. Oh, that might be the wrong baggie. 6, 7, 8. So we're halfway there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Put our little extra parts away. And go back to this. So now what we want to do is we want to make sure this can lie flat. So this quadrant in the bottom left is easy. We'll go kind of here, 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 here. This right quadrant is pretty straightforward as well. 1, 2, 3. We'll put this one kind of up here. 4. And the top quadrants are a little tricky, so we'll go 1, 2. And I'm just kind of looking for where there's not coverage yet. Probably 3, 4. I think that's about right. Although, since that one's kind of at the edge there, it's a little more visible, so I'll use a slightly less colorful one. Swap these out. And then the last quadrant, we have kind of 1, kind of... So this would be about right here. Let's go about here. 2. This one is completely taken up, and this one is completely taken up. But what we can do is we can go here. And let's move this to here. We'll move this one down a bit farther, which is destroying a brick separator. But again, we go through these pretty quickly when we're doing projects like this. Let's put this about as much as we can get equidistant from the other pins. I think this should do. That's our bottom base plate. Done. And another brick separator. It's not quite kaput yet, but it's getting there. Done your duty. So we'll put this to the side. And then we need a top base plate. So I don't really want to... I feel like all of these colored ones are going to get to use. I'm actually supposed to have a dark blue base plate. But I don't. So we're going to lay it out on this because I know I have another one of these laying around. If I really, really have to grab it, it won't be a catastrophic issue. So we'll just do it on this, but at some point I'm going to have to transfer to the dark blue base plate again, which is going to be really annoying. Especially with a project with a ton of tiles. So is this a bad idea? This is a very bad idea. I think this is a very bad idea. So this is a very bad idea. Let's at least use this one. So if I choose to forget about it, I can just choose to forget about it. Doesn't really matter all that much. Yeah, this is dark gray one. Okay. So now let's go to my notes again and let's see what exactly do I think I'm doing here. So the parts that I've given myself are, okay, so first we'll say that last. So up to 110 black 1x8 tiles. I'm guessing that's this baggie that we dealt with last time. 10 of 1x6 black tiles. Those are over to the side here, so let's count them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 2 more. Guys, I think this is actually going to be like a super easy build, so can't complain. 9, 1 more. They kind of blend in with the mats over here. One more of those. I don't think we have a 10th 1x6 black tile over here, but maybe it'll show up as we keep going. So we know we need one of those, or we thought we needed one of those, so we'll keep an eye out for that. What else did we say we needed? 8 white 1x8 tiles. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4 3x4 bluish gray boxes with 2x3 dark blue covers. So I know what those are. Those are crates. So those are going to be down here. Looks like this bag also came from Lego, so we can pour this out here. Unless it didn't come from Lego and it came from... Oh yeah, this definitely came from Lego. So here's 1, 2, and again, you can already think these are obviously our little supply boxes from the sides. For the sides. 4. We'll pour this stuff out. It's fine. And we have a spare baggie here. Put this over here. Put these back here. And no, not all of these other pieces are going to be used in this particular side build, but we'll start. They're all going to be used for something or other. So at some point you get to a point where you just have to start partitioning off pieces based on sort of like what sets they go to, and that's actually miserable and totally time consuming. And the reason we haven't done that on or off stream yet is because first, before we start doing some of that particular task, you really want to have your space organized. So here at home or in the building area, I want to have all my parts sorted, which is something we keep not doing. And in the display room, you want to have, no like loose crates of things just laying around. You want everything in its place, which we'll see. We have kind of a rhythm around that. It's fine. So what were we saying? So those were 4 3x4, and then we have 2x3 dark bluish gray covers. So that's going to look like this. So presumably to cover 4 of these, we'll need 8 of these. And we'll just go ahead and make that build right now. So there's 1, 2. And that looks like some kind of Imperial supply crate. Actually, in recent years, they've started making these cute little boxes that are like this, but they're half the size. And they actually have an Imperial logo on them, which is cute, but we don't strictly need that to sell the idea of the kind of build we're going to do. So let's keep covering up our... But I mean, if I found myself with any extras of those, of course, they'd go straight to this build or to the shipyard that we made last time. Here's 2. Here's 1. There's 3 of them covered off. Put these kind of back there. And we have 1 more to cover up here. There's 1 half. It was really hard last week, but I really also had a lot of fun making that shipyard. It was pretty cool. So, again, this is good. Today's build is going to feel like child's play compared to that. Here's 4. Okay, what else have we got? 8 2x2x2 dark bluish gray boxes. That's this that we just picked up. with 2x2 bluish gray covers, which I said grab from my stock parts. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And covers, here's 2 from my stock. Grab the rest. Is that going to be in massively bulk parts? This is exactly why I really need to organize this before I start doing anything too much more complicated. Might be. Nope, it's here. Those parts, those parts, those parts. You might recall when we were doing Lake Verity build, we did a really good job of using our spare parts to cover the gaps. 2, 4, 5, I think that's the right amount. 6. Great. There are some parts that I just have a lot of bulk. Now, I do feel like this is an awful lot of supply crates that we've made over here, so we'll kind of see. I feel like maybe I might have seen somebody else's custom build of this idea. And maybe that informed what we were doing here. But I feel this is a little bit too much for a 32x32 profile, which is fine, because if it is, then we'll just have some extra pieces. And then finally, 8 2x2 bluish gray bricks with 2x2 black jumper covers. So this is yet another. So we basically got 3 kinds of supply boxes here. I like this one. This is visually striking. 1, 2. Now I do think what we're missing here is hoses. 3. Hoses would have been a nice touch. So maybe I'll pick one up when I place the next order. 4. And I'll hopefully leave a spot where it's very obvious it should go. 5. So that I don't have to think too hard when I place it. 6. 7. And 8. A lot of supply boxes. I don't think we're going to use all of those. And then finally, 2 more things. So first of all, let's see if we can count out these 110 black tiles that supposedly are here, because hypothetically, this is going to help us understand what exactly we were trying to do with this build. So we'll figure that out. So we'll do these in groups of 10. So here's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 20, 2, 4, 6, 8, 30, 6, 8, 40, 6, 8, 50, 2, 4, 6, 8, 6, 8, 9. That's 60. 2, 4, 6, 8, 70. 2, 4, 6, 8, 80. 2, 4, 6, 8, 90. 2, 4, 6, 8. There's 100, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 110. 2 extras. Lego likes to give you extras when you bulk buy parts. Now, we have a problem here. The problem is when I thought this build out the first time, what I did not do was leave places for people to stand or places, attachment points for these boxes to be connected. And that's a problem because what I probably needed was a lot less 1x8 tiles and a lot more 1x6 tiles that could then be finished with a black jumper. So we're going to be very careful. So let's go ahead and see. The question is, do I have a way around this particular problem? And I don't know that I do. So if we take 4 of these, so again, this build, when we get this figured out, this is going to go very, very quickly. Actually, before we solve that particular problem, let me do one thing, and then I'll show us one last element that we have for this build.
else do we even store loose Lego? That's trash. What the heck? This was that. Oh, it's got it.
Hey, Clone Trooper. Yeah, totally, totally a Star Wars fan. All right, so I made a total mistake here, which is that I have no idea where I set aside the two side builds that are actually going to go with this particular thing. So we're looking at some interesting circumstances here in terms of adjusting this build. So we'll talk about what those two side builds are, because now I have to do something really annoying, which is that I have to measure and make sure that I leave space for them. So let's take a quick look. Also, Clone Trooper, if you haven't already, you should absolutely check out the build that I did last Sunday. We successfully built a Lothal Imperial TIE Defender factory, which was just one of the coolest things we've done on stream so far, and actually worked out really, really well. All right, so what we were originally going to do with this hangar is there's two side builds that have come up from building various other Lego sets. So one of them is the holder from the TIE Dagger. So there's the Sith Eternal TIE Dagger. We don't want this one. We want Rise of Skywalker. This set, Sith TIE Fighter, they called it. So this came with a small little side build. So you can see here, this is meant to it's just a little stanchion that holds this thing up. So the dimensions of this one, since we have to approximate all these dang things now, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 by 2, 4. It looks like it's 10 by 4. And so what we saw was in our layout of the... oh, this is going to be tricky. So let's see what we've got. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 by 4. So this is going to be our... This silly little build here is going to be our stand-in for the Sith TIE Dagger thing. And then the other set that we found was First Order AT-ST, which was a really weird set, actually a kind of bad set from 2018, where you have the half-broken AT-ST. And this also came with a little side build that we're going to include. And the cool thing about this was the AT-ST could kind of back up into it. So the size of this one is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 by 5. So we're going to approximate that. So these are by 8s. This is a by 3. So 8, 10, 3, 5, and this will give us the approximate dimensions of that piece that comes with the AT-ST. But there's actually one more set that we need to measure, which is we need to measure the Imperial Shuttle. So we want to find all set results for Imperial Shuttle, and we want to figure out the one that we think we have, which we'll do. So we have this one, but this has been turned into an Alpha Class Star Wing. We don't have this one. That's Ultimate Collector Series, which we don't do. It could be this one, but I don't think we have all these cool Rebel minifigures, as neat as they are. We do have this, but that's not what we need landing here. I think it might be this one from 2021. I think it's this one. With the shuttle pilot, Vader, and Luke. I mean, this looks nice, but I feel like I would remember the technical build. And I would remember this Leia minifigure. These are great minifigures that came with this one. I really think it's this one. Yeah, and I feel like when I'm looking at the way this is built sideways, and I look at, there's a couple parts here that are ringing a bell, along with a couple parts that are not ringing a bell at all. I feel like I remember the handcuffs, Luke, the Luke minifigure, the shuttle pilot, the way the cockpit is constructed. It's kind of looking vaguely familiar. So we're going to use the dimensions of this one. I also feel like I remember appreciating the price of this, because this was right around when they started rescaling back down sets. Okay, so this Imperial Shuttle, let's see if we've got a description that says how wide it is. They said 14 inches wide, so 10 high, 9 inches long, and 14 inches wide. So we have this really cool website we like to use, Sariel Lego Converter, studs.sariel.pl. I guess that's Poland. So 14 inches is 44 studs. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. That must be the fully extended wingspan, which kind of makes sense because this is only 32, so 44 would be about this big. I think you can see my hands here. So what we actually need is, we'd like to see the dimensions of this when it's, you know, closed up like it is in this picture. So 2, 4, 6 for the cockpit. This looks like it goes down, so it's about 2, 4, 6 for the engines, and then we have the wings, so that's 6, 12, 18. And then if we approximate this, I think the wings are maybe another 4 studs, so 18 plus 8 would be 26. That's going to take up the vast majority of our landing pad here, if we're saying it's about 24. That's okay. That's okay. Let's put this back, and let's get to it. So I had to have had a plan. So let's see what I thought I was doing. So I must have thought up to these black tiles plus 1x2 black plates. So this was good. Okay. Actually, I was smarter than I thought I was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll explain this in a moment here. Once I have found all of them. 8. I may have already grabbed these to use in some various other builds here, which would be suboptimal, but we can always approximate this particular piece using other pieces. 9. Did I go with 9 and 9 instead of 10 and 10? I might have. That would be a mistake by me, because there's definitely no 1x6 tile in here. But this is okay, because this can get us started. We can kind of talk about what we're actually doing here. All right, so the basic idea, as I look at my Imperial Hangar here, is that the vast majority of this build is just going to be covered with these 1x8 plates. So we can see that if we put 4 of these down, that covers the width, the length, and this is going to be vertically of this sort of refueling station. So I kind of have the idea that ships come in through here, they land in this area, there's like supplies over to the right, especially as you get towards the back. But whereas in the normal Star Wars universe, this would be coming in from outer space, and so you would come in and then you'd leave the same way, and you'd be able to maybe rotate around a turntable and then come out the way you came. I think here the idea is that you can land, refuel, and then take off, so it's one directional. So we're gonna kind of line up all these crates sort of on the side here. Again, we're just sort of loosely laying this out for right now. So most of this would be covered with these black tiles, which is going to give it a very striking but very smooth effect. Sometimes, though, if you remember when we were building Lake Verity, usually we were using tiles, 1x2 tiles, but occasionally we would use a 1x2 plate instead, like this 1x2 plate. And what that did is it creates connection points. So I can't have a Lego minifigure stand on these tiles, but I can have him stand on a plate. And one 1x2 plate plus 1/1x6 tile is the same as a 1x2 plate. And it visually breaks this up and makes this kind of interesting. So we have the opportunity to do that, it looks like 9 times. It was supposed to be 10, but I seem to have pulled it back. So that covers a lot of what we're doing here. Actually, pretty warm, actually. That's going to cover a lot of what we're doing. The only thing that's going to be left is... So when we look at our picture here, we can see that they have these sort of like white or clear studs. And I think the idea of that is so that your ship can come in and land very, very clearly. And then, of course, we also want to use our 2 side builds. So what I like is the idea of making sure that the ATTE can park up against this thing. So let's get the width of that ATTE. For sort of ATST, rather. And it's pretty wide. So if that were to be parked up against here, so actually instead, let's go ahead and put this... I'm never actually going to back the ATST up into this landing pad. This is just a side build that we're keeping. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to let this lift, this basically an elevator, just kind of exist in the back here, just like how in our pictures we can see that there's walkways up against the back. So we're going to kind of plot this off right here in the back left corner. And then we have our TIE fighter. So again, if we look at our classic picture of episode 6, we have our TIE fighter like off to the side, almost as if it was landing back there. And I do want the ability to have our TIE fighters be able to hook up to this thing. So once again, we look up the TIE fighter. How wide is the TIE dagger? It's probably going to be pretty stinking wide. So I'd say that this thing is about... Yeah, I think we're going to... So we probably want to center this. So we have 8 here. We have 8 here. And then if we wanted to center it, it would be right about there. Even though we'll need some 1x3. Now, if we take it slightly off-center, if we do this, we have... That's only 6 left. And if we do this, that's only 4 left, which is not too bad, actually. Now, the question is, do we want to offset these? Do we want to change the side? And I think we will. So we'll move these supply crates up, put our elevator, because again, this tan is where our elevator is going, here. And now we have 1x8 and 1x6, which is actually something that's kind of manageable for us. And now I think we're looking at possibly having our supplies be up against the back here, which wasn't our original intention, but that's kind of okay. We might need to double check what spare parts we have that we can actually pull into this build, I think, which will be fine. Okay. So now we're basically just going to tile it off, actually. Let's go back to our picture of sort of our target look. So again, here, when we look at the TIE Fighter, the Millennium Falcon, we see these white lights, almost clear lights. Oh, you know what would be neat? I could have gotten glow-in-the-dark. I could have gotten glow-in-the-dark Lego to take that up, but we didn't think quite that far ahead. That's okay. What did I think I was going to do with these 1x8 tiles, though? That's the real question. Honestly, not sure I could tell you. Okay, so here we've got a little something. We might have to get creative here. We also have these red decals on the ground. I mean, I feel like this is going to be a pretty boring mini build if we do this way. So let's just... Maybe let's use these white tiles as a substitute for these pits that go into the ground. No, I think what we want it to be is we want to really clearly show where that Imperial Shuttle is going to land. So it would be something like this. Again, let's find our center using our tiles here. So there's our center. And again, if we check the dimensions of the Imperial Shuttle by going forward all the way, it's not that big. 6, 12. Without the wings, we're looking at about 18 by 18. So this is 16 by 16, so this is actually great. So what we can do is we can take these off. Not both of them, just one at a time. Take this one. So now we have something that looks almost like track lights for this Imperial Shuttle to come in. What's the depth of this thing? So that is an accurate dimension that we can accurately get probably from here. 10 inches high, 9 inches long. So a base plate is 10 inches, which means 9 inches long is going to take us almost all the way to here, which is probably why we went with 8 of these 1x8 white tiles. So this is basically giving us a clear runway, which again, it's a little bit different than it looked in sort of the archival Star Wars images that we are using, but I think for our purposes, it's going to work. So that's it, guys. Literally all that's left then is we just start tiling in this with this massive number of 1x8 black tiles that we've acquired. And we're basically going to call it a day here. And basically, we know that we have 9 substitutes. We have these pieces over here. We have 9 substitutes, which means 9 times we can sort of break up. We can leave out a place for a minifigure to stand. So I'm going to say 1 is going to be right there. I think we want to make sure there's 1 in front of this TIE Fighter dock. So let's say, except actually, I think the TIE Fighter dock, again, we'll flip through our pictures here. TIE Fighter dock includes studs, so we actually don't need 1 in front of the TIE Fighter dock, which is great. But we'll put 1 back here. Maybe like just past the TIE Fighter dock, as if you're kind of inspecting. I think that's a reasonably good place. Check that we can actually see what I'm doing here. Yeah, we can see. And once again, just like we did with the lake, we're actually just kind of laying these out for right now. Then we have to cover the rest of this, like so. So I think what I'd like to see... Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. And now since we have this awkward 1x6 zone back here, this is going to be allocated to supply crates over there. And we don't know that that's going to cover all the supply crates, but it is going to cover at least some of them. And then I'll take up this. So that's just a 4x6 plate. I almost certainly have some of those left over in black. In fact, let's go ahead and find out. Almost certainly. Famous last words. Have 4x8s, which does not help us. Two feature elevators would also do the trick. So here's 1. That's good. But I think there's only 1 in this box. Oh, there's a second. So that's going to cover that space for right now. Let's figure out what I dropped there. There we go. So we've covered that space. Just like so. So now we'd want to continue we've got this massive space in the middle here. Let's avoid that space until we kind of have to. We know what's going there. We know what's going here. So let's deal with this space in the back coming in from the front. So 1. Plop that one down and that one down, which will keep us honest here. I think we definitely want something here. So there's one. We'll do the next row. I think in the next row we'll go here. And again, all those are is just places for minifigures to stand. We go here, so we can block off this really easily, the space by our elevator. And then we're left with another strangely shaped space again. So this is 2, 4, 6, 6 by 5. 6 by 5 is a challenging space for us to fill. But we'll do our best. So we'll again go back to the black extra parts here and kind of see what we might be working with. The first thing is I think we need a 1x6 plate, which I think there is one in here, although I can't see it super clearly with this in the way. So we're going to carefully move this without popping it up and moving all the tiles. Great, we did it. Let's go here. It's not our only cache of extra parts, but it's one that has... It's the one that has a lot of black parts, the black bases. All right, now we can actually more clearly see what we're working with here. And what we're working with is not much. But as we thought, we did have a 1x6 plate, so we're going to put that here as another connection point for some boxes or something. Now, if we had another one, if we had 4 1x6s, we'd do something. If we had a bunch of 1x4s, which we do have a bunch of 1x4s. Now, it's not the best practice to use all of these like so. I would prefer to use these for... I have other uses for 1x4 black plates. But if I don't have any more of these collectible minifigure stands, that's probably what we're going to do here. So I'll put the rest of this back in. See, we've got a telephone pole ready to go here, which is always kind of neat. A little bit of glass, a park lamp. There's a 2x6, that's useful. Stairs, and we'll put the rest of this away, all these black. I have a lot of different uses for black plates because I use them to elevate other builds. So let's hunt around and see if we have any collectible minifigure stands in a place that I'm not expecting. And that would really would help us out here. Grass, various tiles, various water. This way. We do have collectible minifigure stands. This is perfect. Okay, so we only need 2 of those. Put this back. This is why you have this. This is why I need to sort my extra pieces, which I have not done. Put these black plates back where they went. Great. We're in business. They're totally in business. So we have these two that can go right as so. And that basically covers the sides. So at this point, the only things we would need to do are to place down as many of our boxes as we choose to place down, and the rest become extra pieces. And actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this, swap these. This one over here. Take this with a 1x2 and put it here, which will mean we can fill up that entire spot with boxes. I think that's good. So we have our boxes to place, and basically the rest of this is pretty straightforward. Now, we didn't have 1x4 black tiles, which means it's going to be a little harder for us to recreate sort of that. Let's get out of this. Let's go back over to our hangar. So instead of this 1x4 business, what would have been nice would have been to recreate this with, again, let's really zoom in here. It looks like almost standing on the ground they have these, what we might use Lego glow tiles for. So there's a couple ways we could. So if we went 1x6, we could do 1x3. I'm looking for something that sets the scale of this, but what I'm seeing really kind of suggests to me that it's probably about this big. Again, we know we're working with a cramped build here. It's not perfect, but it definitely gives it gives the general layout that we're trying to give here. Unless I meant to use these as, you know what? I might have meant to use these as the entrance to the hangar bay, which, let's see what happens if we do that. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's see what happens. Then I get rid of these other 6. It kind of looks like it might be the start of the hyperdrive, hyperspace area. So let's get rid of those 6. And now we're offset by 1, which is valuable, because now we could go... let's find out how many... Well, I've got these. Those are flowers. I don't want to use flowers. So we'll go back here. There we go. Perfect. Then I know those look white in the reflection, but we really want clear studs, so there's some clear studs. Let's just see if we can get anywhere with what I've just pulled out. Well, actually, they really do look white, so I've got white too, so we'll just pull those out. There's white. Those are white with a hole, which honestly is fine. Especially because, oh, that just gave me another idea. There's a particular Lego piece. Where do I keep those? I may not have a whole lot of extras of the next piece I'm thinking about. Yeah, there it is. It would look like this, just in clear instead of in that trans orange color. So we can think about that. We'll set that out so we can think about it. So what this would let us do is we could go 1x6, 1, 1x6, 2, 1x6. Not like that. We'll try it on the other side. So on the other side, if we go 1x8, 1. Now we're only using 3 of these. 1x8. 1, how many studs is this going to leave left over? 1 by 8. 1. It's going to leave 4 studs left over, which is not bad. Like, I feel like we can cover 4 studs pretty effectively. These back. I'm still going to use those. Put this back. That's going to go here. Put this back. It's going to go here. Plop this in. Yep. 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 So now we have, on top of each of these, we've got that stark white. Yeah, and that looks... That's actually what the Imperial hangars look like. So we've got this one, this one, this one. The fact that it's got the hole in it means it has more surfaces to diffract light. This one. This one. This one. And now that looks more like the hangar that we have in our image, which is good. And I like that better than I like... Yeah. It looks much nicer than the 1 by 8 white tiles did. Polished like a mirror. So now what we have to figure out is how to make use of this back section. And I think this is going to be all more crates, especially because I think we have 2 4 by 8 black plates that we kept thumbing through. There's 1. And is there 2? Nope. There's 1. Which actually is great because it would be a lot of surface area for a minifigure to stand on. Is that 2? Beautiful! Look at that. Look at that. Guys, we're almost done, actually. We're almost done. So now the last thing we do before we plop it, tile it all down. Nope, don't need this. Get these insides. Now we have another measurement problem, which is we're going to find out if that's going to be how big of a deal it's going to be. Uh, 1 by 3 black tiles, which for some unknown reason I actually have over here from the Pick-a-Brick. They're probably for something else in this order. What's going to look better here? Like that? I think it's going to look best like that. And I only would need, how many of them would I need? A lot. Alternatively, so the problem here is now I've shrunk my distance. So we can do that. Oh, and this is neat because back here in this area we could actually have, like, you know, we could have our minifigures actually standing and awaiting inspection, like so. Those pants could be substitutes for minifigures. Okay, so now how many studs? Now it's this. I would actually really love to get these lined back up like this, but I do not have the parts for it. This I don't hate, because that looks like it kind of goes in. And then all I would need would be a 2 by 14, which is not that challenging. How do I feel about this? Let's go back up here. Yeah, let's go back up here. This is going to leave me with what? Only one more connection point to have all these 1x4s as well. So somewhere in here, somewhere back here, probably like here, I can create one more space for a minifigure to stand. Which actually, I think that works for us. So we can stand here, 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 along the entire back, and then we have all these spaces for crates. Guys, I think we're there, actually. I think we're there. So is it time to start pushing down the tiles? I did kind of like that dark blue. Okay, don't be silly, don't be foolish. But what if we were foolish? All right, let's be foolish. Okay. Time to tile. Remember how many of these we said? 110. Although I don't think we're going to use quite that many because we've unused quite a lot of space. But we did find places to place all three of our side builds: the elevator, the TIE fighter dock, and the well, I guess it's not a side build, but making sure that we can park a shuttle in here with a bit of a tight, cramped confines. Remember last week how we did this before we transferred to another base plate? That's basically what we're doing, because I'm going to order a dark blue base plate to put this on. But even so, just doing a quick transfer is nowhere near as time-consuming as doing a free build like this is. Although we did get this done in, what, an hour and a half? Less than that. Really, it's an hour plus 20 minutes of searching for where on earth I've misplaced those side builds, which, like I said, I think I must have already taken them to the display. Probably erroneously placed them with my actual real-world airplanes or my shuttles or something, but it's all fine. We have this. And guys, that's let's place the block. Okay, so now let's strategically place these boxes down. So we have three different kinds of Star Wars crates. These ones are nice because they can kind of tessellate like that. Let's do a swap here really quickly. These ones are nice because they can stack. The other ones don't stack quite as nicely. Now the first question is the other ones. So we have this kind, and this kind. Go back again, swap. So can these fit directly on a minifigure jumper? I think they can. Look at that. So honestly, I'm kind of tempted to use all four of these like that. So minifigure jumper, minifigure jumper. Now they can also fit back here. Minifigure jumper plus an extra tile. Jumper plus an extra tile. And then here we can offset something. So we can have, let's do one of these back here, which is fine. It's a little bit taller. Do we want to do a second one? Yeah, that looks pretty okay. Again, let's pull up that image that had sort of the supply crates to the side. We got some back here. We got some back here. We tend to, I like this, the corner of this image. I like how, can I make it even bigger? I can. I like how back here we have like a very clear, like a bunch of these all stacked up in like a very, like a set. So is there anywhere we can do that? Could do something like this. We are missing an attachment point right there, though. Do 2, 4, 6. I actually think that would look pretty nice if we did all 8 of those over here. Come on. 8. Yeah, I think that kind of gives sort of the right effect. Or we could do 2, 4, 6 like this. And now they're okay. I like that too. I just need a place to I just need a space to attach these 3. So take this out. I'll need 2 1x1 black tiles, or maybe plates. Clear. We'll go ahead and use these 3. 1. I better plop this down. Six. Seven. Wow, are we going to use all of our crates here, actually? We might. There's a small chance. Put 2 of these on here, like so. And then, like I said, I need 2 1x1 black tiles, which is easy enough. Hopefully. There's 1. And I think I see another one. There's 2. That down without messing up our entire row. Impossible. And place this down. Then place, where'd it go? Here we go. And now we can actually have a minifigure standing there even looking at these crates. So we'll stack these crates up like by 2. So we can do 1 like this. Then we can kind of offset the other one like that. A lot of different crates here. So now we've got 4 little crates left. I want to do 2 over here. Maybe that's the elevator, so we can maybe do like 1, 2. Actually, we're going to get rid of this one. And we'll kind of put that like so. So we've got actually, I love the texturing here. If you look really carefully, you've got, these ones are the lowest, but the biggest. Then these are tall. Then these stacked too high. They kind of, yeah, this is good. Put these 2 like that. And then I think we can stack this one like that. And I think I'm pretty happy with this. Stack this one like that. Yeah. Guys, we used all of the crates. Look at that. We used all the crates. We used both of our side builds, which we can take off now. Thank you. And we used, how many of these do we use? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 16, 18, 20. So we used 190 1x8 black tiles, and all the rest of these now become extra parts that we can hang on to. And in fact, I'm going to put them right back in the baggie they came from so that we don't lose them. It's because, again, like when I have like when I have bulk of one piece, it's good to just have that be in like one bag or one container. That's fine. Put that away. Guys, we built an Imperial Hangar. It ain't much, but it's honest work. We do it for the Empire. It's great to be in the Empire today. Oh, one last thing. Let's go back and look at... so the Sith TIE Fighter, this comes completely on a 1x8 plate. But what we're going to need is an extra 1x2 black jumper. If we want to make sure this is black on the bottom, I have a suspicion of what this might look like. So let's open this up. It should be pretty easy to find in the instructions here. But we want to be thorough. Yeah. So we can use 2 more of those. And an extra 1x2 black jumper. So now we're up to what, 92? So that would go here and here, vaguely. And this would go here, vaguely. But we don't want to press them down too much because we'll have to move them when we place that side build down. Okay, so that covers the TIE side build. But we also need the ATTE side build. So this one, this is a little trickier. 1x4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think the way we want to do that is we use 1 more here. I think that's right. And that one we actually press down because it's going to stay there. And then it would be great if we had 2 1x4 black tiles and 2 1x1 black tiles that are now elevated up by a level. Although what I could do is I can take these 2 1x1 red tiles and move them down, which means all we need is 2 1x4s. So we'll saw one of these 1x8s in half. No, we're not going to do that. Put this away. Go back to our black pieces. I think we have 1x4 plates in here. We do. So we'll just use those. There we go. And that would go something like this and like this. There we go. Okay, guys. That's it. Imperial Hangar, finito. Yes, I'm going to transfer this onto the dark blue base plate, and I'm going to also add the side builds when I figure out where on earth they've gone to. But I actually think we did pretty great work in a pretty short amount of time here. So there we go. Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with this. I think we did it. I think we've accomplished the main objective, and especially once you have like a Lambda class shuttle sitting there, or a TIE fighter attached on the side, or a ATSD using the elevator. It's convincing. So I'm going to go over to my notes. I'm going to document what we did. Added those side builds. We added 93 is actually the number that we did. We added 93 black 1x8 tiles. We added 9 1x6 black tiles and 1x2 black plates. We added only 2 white tiles. We added the correct, all these boxes. We got all those shipping crates in there, and it really kind of gave the right impression at different levels. And then we did a couple of other random pieces. 2 4x8 black plates, 4 minifigure CMF stands, 1 2x2 black jumper, 1 1x6 black plate, 2 1x4 black plates. And that was most of it. I think that was all. And then we did 6 1x1 black plates with 1x1 white open studs atop. And that's our sort of lighting here, which looks like the lighting in the picture. And so why do I do this with my notes here? So basically, base plate, pins, and then I'm going to add this to Imperial City completed. I'm going to search for airport. So why did we do what we just did there? Kind of add this like so. Frankly, it's kind of dumb. So we don't, when we're doing a complete, this is a complete custom build. This entire build came from spare parts for the most part. All we really needed to do was say mock plus 2 side builds from TIE Dagger and First Order ATST, which, by the way, let's get the set numbers there. So the First Order ATST is 75201, and the TIE Dagger is 75272. It's kind of silly to keep track of every single piece used in a mock because I don't ever need to return these pieces to anything else. When I'm building like an extension, so like when I'm building, what's a good example we've done recently? Lake Valor, also kind of foolish. When I'm modifying a set by adding more parts, then it's useful to keep track of everything. Everything that we've done. But whatever, it's just good practice. It's good practice to get into, and it doesn't hurt us too much. So that's it. Our Imperial Shipyard is done. So I'm going to carefully move this. And then we're going to take a super quick break. And we've got 2 hours plus left to keep chipping away at this large bricklink order before I put it away for cat purposes. So I think the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to work on my medieval cobblestone roads plus trolleyway. And you'll just have to see what that looks like here. So, be right back. All right. So we're back. Overall, we were pretty successful there. We were able to whip out that custom build in like an hour, basically. Hour and a half, I guess, plus a couple of breaks. Got that totally pulled off to the side. Stretch. And again, kind of our main objective, one of our bigger objectives here was to just go through and, as much as possible, sort of just kind of cut down on the number of these parts here that we're going to have to pick up before the kitten gets in next weekend. And we've done a pretty good job with that. So as I'm looking around at sort of what parts are left here, besides the random parts that need to go to like a billion different builds that are already set aside, and I'm going to have to, that's an intensive task. That's something I do on another type of day. One thing that's really, hey, Rocky Raccoon, good to have you. So we just finished that big custom build that was earlier in the stream. We're kind of done with our main objective for today. So now I'm just going to kind of, what I want to do, and I just uploaded the description on Twitch at least, is I've had these plans for a while. Do I have any medieval buildings around me? Well, I guess I can kind of show this. 1 second. Show it like so. So let's do a swap here since we're working all the way up there. Aerial and torso. So these are not medieval buildings. They're random things from my giant Cloud Forest Mountain build, Monkey Kid build. But let's pretend for a second that these are 8x16 wide medieval buildings. Yeah, let's grab these two. Put this back here. So let's say that they were sitting on these 8x16 profiles. So in the medieval section, basically the way that would work is a little bit like this. So I have, this is what I've been using so far for my medieval roads. So it's kind of like a cobblestone design. I like it because it's the same height as, I don't have a road plate right around me, but it's the same height as Lego's new road plates, which are 2 plates high. So you set this up, so you get the idea of a minifigure. Where's our Sally Scratchin' Post? Here she is. You get her minifigure, they can walk all along the medieval roads, they can come up, they can approach the shops, and that's that. And I make these 32 deep, so it might look like this. Or if you had one that was a bit thicker, like it was a 16x16, like this. Yeah, this is actually a good demonstration. Then it would look like that, so it'd only be 2 in front. Like so. Now, what I want to do is I want to run a tram. This is actually very, very effective demonstration. What I want to do is I want to run a tram line through my Old Town section. And it's going to go all the way through the Old Town section. So what I need here is the front ones. I'm going to use these rails. I'm going to put them kind of like this. I can't recall. I'm trying to remember if they were like... something like this. Something like this. Yeah. So I'm going to actually really quickly search my notes and make sure I'm getting this right. So I'm going to use up all the tram lines that I bought so far, and then all the rest of these 8x16 plates, I want to make cobblestone without tram lines. And because I finally figured that out, I have actually a lot fewer than I would expect. Is there another? Oh, yes, there is another. Oh, yeah. I've got all kinds of these 1x1 dark bluish gray quarter circle tiles, which I'm going to use to like fill out the rest of this cobblestone here in a second. And you can see over to the side, I've got a little bit more of my pieces for making cobblestone. So we're just going to kind of relax and build some cobblestone for a little while, which is kind of just the idea I had in my head of how to go about using any extra time I've got here. So I've got at least 2 hours. I don't know if we're just going to hang out and build cobblestone for the full 2 hours, but we'll see. We'll just kind of see. So ideally, I think it would make a lot of sense, instead of ripping up any of the cobblestone from the already finished existing builds, it would be nice to go ahead and do something like this, where I start with a new one, and I run the cobblestone lines through the new ones. That's what I think we're going to do here. But I want to really quickly first... Yeah, so we'll take a new one, like so we don't have to pull up any tiles and ruin another brick separator. We'll go like this. But what I need to check is just how big the trolleys actually are. The trolley... I'll show you exactly what set the trolley is from. By the way, we've shifted up the music, we've shifted up the Twitch titles, so we're just going to hang out now. Now that we've completed our main build, which you can scroll back for. Is it as exciting as what we did last week or the week before? No, but I do think that we did a pretty incredible job with it, nonetheless. Okay, so I think that set was called Public Transit Hub, or something like that. Yeah, Public Transit Station from 2010. I actually own 2 copies of this set. And here you can see the trolley. So let's pull up an image of just the trolley. This is kind of a close-up. So what we can see is the trolley is it's just 6 wide with some extensions over to the side that kind of make it 8 wide. And the wheels look like it looks like they're pushing in between studs 5 and 6. So it's going to look exactly like this down here. Yeah, I think we can leave sort of the trolley as sort of our main picture that we're working with over there. Yeah. I know we're also getting some glare from that overhead light there. Actually, do we need that right now? Let's see. We definitely need that. So, let's go ahead and grab all of these. And each one of these will make into a fresh trolley line. And then we'll start going backwards and we'll undo any ones that don't need a trolley line. And then what we'll be left with is ones that are just regular medieval. Let's see, what's the cat doing over there? You about to get into any trouble? I need those receipts for later. In case I go broke and I have to sell all these Lego back. No, we would never do that, guys. Don't worry. Whatever, let's get to it. Let's put this away. The last thing I want to see is, usually I would write down something like medieval, 4 standard medieval, a bunch of cobblestone for the medieval, and tram lines. I didn't actually write. Is that from the correct order? It is from the correct order. Let's keep going down. Medieval. That's it. Those are the only medieval ones in this. By the way, this is not actually cobblestone. This paving style is called set, S-E-T-T-E, like Lego set, which is something I learned when I was researching just how I wanted to do this, but that's neither here nor there. Let's go to my completed file, go to the medieval section, standards, tram line goes out to the old mine. Okay, here's what I was looking for. For each frontmost 8 studs north to south, we need 2 rails, and then I listed what piece this is. And then, so let's see. Per every standard 8x16. All right, we found exactly what I was looking for, so I'll put my keyboard away, and we can just build these for a little while. Just kind of hang out. I've refilled my water. Cat's looking at the sun, which is a normal thing. Let's go ahead and we'll do this in a second. Now, standards. For each standard one of these, we have 3x3. We have 4 2x2s. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1 base plate or plate. We have 16 dots. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And by the way, I have thousands of extras of these. It's pretty wild. Let's swap our camera again. Whoop. And finally, we have... What's the last line say? Did I lose it? And 55 apparently is the number... Well, I'm guessing... So let's plug this part number into Brickset or Bricklink. Yeah, okay. It's apparently for each one of these, we're going to need 55 of those quarter circles that we have a lot of, which 55 is not that many. Now, 55 is the number that we need for one that doesn't include rails. So presumably for one that includes rails, we need 55 minus 16 minus 16, 55 minus 32. That's only 23 of them. And we're actually going to test that live here. So let's find out. So we've set aside all of those parts. And I've also seen some cobblestone or Sete Lego City builds that use multiple different colors, but we're not going to worry about that. So I think we said we only need 23. So let's try this once. 2, 4, 6, and no, we won't count these out every time, only the first time. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 23. And the reason why we are keeping track of which parts are used this time is so that it makes it really, really easy to reorder. Like, again, if I go to my notes document and I say 55 of these or 23 if rail. Let's find out. All right, let's do it. Now we just kind of chill for a little while. Papa soda. Okay, put this here. I'm just going to kind of loosely place these. And then I'll place these. Kind of use a couple of them up here. And you like when you're doing a massive amount of cobblestone. Ooh, let's grab that piece that just dropped. When you're doing like a massive amount of... Ooh, actually, you know what? We can get the close-up of this one, I think. So which ones do I need? This one? Yeah, that looks kind of neat. Look at that. When you're placing a bunch of cobblestones randomly like this, if you don't need it to have a specific pattern, only a specific number, it's best not to really think about it. You just kind of like look at a spot and you go, oh, that kind of looks filled. And then like when you look at those top ones I have back there, it won't look as, I don't know. I'm just going to place these all down. And then I'm just going to take these and just, you know, just drop them all on there. I feel like we might need slightly more than we thought we did, but let's find out. I'm probably... Oh yeah, guys, this looks good. This looks every bit as good as I hoped it would. But I do seem to need more than 23 of these. So apparently I can't count. Maybe 55 was the number I need if I have rails down, which would mean the number I need when I don't have rails down is actually 55 plus 32. Anyway, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Let's keep doing this. So the only other question I have is if these should have been 1x1 circles, but I don't know. I kind of like the craziness of these quarter circles. It just looks so planned but unplanned. Oh my gosh, I've also seen people do this on railway tiles, and that looks kind of hellish. Is this the absolute best use of my time right now? I don't know, but I think it's kind of fun, so we're gonna stay with it. Honestly, probably the best thing I could be doing. Okay, so 55 is the number when we do have rails, which means 65, 75, 77 is the number. 87 is the number that we need if we don't have rails. That's okay. So that's it. Look at that. So this, it's a Sete road. Oh, it looks so good on the camera too. This is a Sete road. With a rail running through it, and you can hardly even tell. I'm trying to think if I have anything that uses that same trolley. So now I'm paranoid. Now I'm like, do I have anything that I can use to confirm that this trolley is exactly that big? Because it would suck to like make a bunch of these and have to take them apart. It would suck so much. So let's go ahead and check the instructions real quick. Nope. Nope. Yep. Okay. So it's 6 wide. That's not what I need. I need the underside. Oh, here it is. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then wheel. So we've done this correctly. All right. So we're going to just put this away. And let's actually make a new... Oh, guys, it's so cool. I'm actually totally obsessed with this. All right. Let's go ahead and make a new screen. So I want to use this one. Let's duplicate. And this is going to be called all three. Three cameras. Put it up here. And then I want to go to aerial. Let's copy and paste. And let's put it up here. Yeah. Now we can kind of see everything all at once. How about that? That's for when we don't need to be looking at any instructions or anything like that. But I can still see the chat from you guys. So I thought that was just awesome. We made a trolley line. Let's just do that for the next hour or so. So now the best part is we no longer need to count our little gray Sete pieces. We only need to count the other stuff. Let's see, that's trash. Plastic trash. And that looks like a big pile, but I have a suspicion it's going to go pretty fast. So, well, we kind of need a light right here, don't we? Let's see what we can do. Or maybe it just doesn't have anything to focus on. Well, that's going to be my eyes, so that's not going to work. Here we go. So yeah, I want to use up all these ones that... I want to use up as many rail ones as I can. Although, this is not as many 8x6 unused ones as I thought I had. So, I don't want to start pulling up. It's no sense to pull this stuff up because someday I'll use them. So maybe I'll just... Maybe I'll just do it like this. But again, you guys kind of get the idea of what we're doing here. I mean, look at this. If you look at the top right on your screens, you can barely even tell that there's a trolley rail running through this one. It's just really, oh, it's really good. Except for the fact that these 2x2 circles are so uniformly lined up in the middle. But I decided that we're not going to worry about that too much. So, if I'm not going to worry about it, you guys don't have to worry about it either. Look at this trolley line. Yeah, it's plenty bright. One big one. We can certainly just go through this until we run out of big ones. Just plop it down randomly. 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. 16 little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, I don't need 17. So let's put these down. Just kind of wherever I feel like it. And then we just tile it. So now, obviously, this has become kind of a mindless work here. That's okay. The point is that we were solving the problem that we created. It really doesn't take that long either. It's slightly more time consuming than it would be if we just used circles, so we never even had to think about the orientation. I mean, I'm not thinking about it, but I am feeling it out. We can notice my part stash over to the side is just steadily dwindling, which is great. There's another one done. On to the next. It really doesn't take long at all. So how many more big 3x3s do I have? Because that's going to kind of measure... That should equal the number of plates. I think it's just 3 of them. Which means I think we're only going to do 3 more of these with rails for right now. And then I'll order some more of these and some more of the big 3x3 plates. So I'm going to put this guy right here. 4 2x2s. $16 of the little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll place them down just chaotically. You can imagine a whole army of, here, let's put this minifigure down. You can imagine a whole army of minifigures working to assemble these cobblestone streets, or to rip up an existing cobblestone street to lay a trolley line through it. And then we just go over here again. Got that nice calming music in the background. Again, hypothetically, the fact that I'm not rotating these after I pick them up means that they have an equal chance to be facing any orientation, so. Wow, am I going to do my train lines like this someday? That sounds absolutely hellish. Maybe not. Another one done. So now I've got a full trolley line running in front of these shops here that we laid out. Let's hit another one. Another! Yeah, it's good. It'll be fun to see the trolley running through this old section. 4 big ones. 1, 2, 3, and 4. $16 little ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And again, I'm not worried if I run out of these because I have a massive baggie of them in the extra parts. 10, 11, 12, which I might be about to have to pull out. 12, 13, 14, 15. Looks like I did my math wrong when figuring out how many of those to order, which not a problem. It does probably mean there's one more hiding around here somewhere. So let's find it. Yep. Blah. 16. Place those down. So as humans, our randomness is not great. So there would be, for anybody who was really to take a look, you'd be able to find some repeating patterns. Probably, but it'd almost be better if you could just literally let these all fall down and randomly fill onto the tracks one way or another. Just like tiling the roof of Lego Rivendell. Wow, the difference in the texture. Guys, we have a problem. There is nowhere for a minifigure to stand on this. But I might also have a solution. Depends how many of a certain piece I have. Uh-oh. Not enough. I've got a few more of the light gray. Oh, this is a problem. Here's some more dark gray. There's black. So, problem. Places for minifigures to stand are kind of important. So I think we want to use... Are these metallic? Yes, they are metallic. This might stop us dead in our tracks here, because we won't be able to do that many. Well, I'm going to use light gray because I have a few more of them. Yeah, that was a big mistake. Totally a big mistake. So let's write this down. Let's make a note to ourselves here. That top one is metallic, isn't it? Somehow I can tell. But these are not. So the note is, I think for every, let's say 2 blaze studs, which means I need a bunch of, you know, I probably have a lot of blaze studs in my unsorted extra parts, but grabbing them sounds awful, but that's okay. So I'm going to need, 1 second. So let's start with the ones that we've finished off. So we've only finished off 4 so far. And let's figure out how many we actually have the ability to do here. So this is 1 plate, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We can do 10 plates. So we want places to stand. I don't know that places to stand are critical on the trolley line. 1, 2. 1, 2. But they're definitely critical with all this stuff that's back there. Over here. 1, 2. That fell. One, 2. And like with all these little crevices, a brick separator will be no help whatsoever, which is why I went straight for the knife. There we go. 2. My very good Wustorf knife, which is being slowly ruined by various non-intended usages. Oh well. Okay, so that's also going to mean we need a few less of these than we thought. So 53 if rail, 85 if not rail. Put that back. Where were we? Doesn't matter much. Okay, so let's fix that problem we almost introduced. So here we go. Now we have places for our minifigures to stand. So there's 1. Yeah, and that actually looks fine. 2. Go to this one. Get 1. 2. Go to this one. Get 1. 2. Go to this one. Get 1. 2. All right, so we're going to do one more train line today. Then the rest is just tiling. So 2. Place our big 3x3. No glare right here. We need 4. 1. I know they gave me enough of these. Here's 2. Here's 3. And oh, here's another big one. Here's 4. Does that mean there's another? No, I think that's just an extra that they gave me, which thanks, but can't do too much with that. Let's close this up. Okay, so I need to pull out my stock of little dots, which is totally fine. Huge stock of those. More extra little dots than I have extras of, I think, just about anything else. Ready for this? Thump. Thump. There's thousands in here. At least 1,000. Oh, hey, I've got some extra other colors, too. We'll look at that in a second. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then we'll set up our next one. 1, 2, actually. 3. There must be one more 2x2 around here. There it is, 4. But here's the problem. If I don't have any more if I don't have any more... Eight by 6 dark bluish gray plates, then there's no point setting up the next one. So let's check that really quickly. And I'm thinking I do not. I'm thinking I probably don't just have extra bluish gray plates lying around, because if I had, I would have used them for a variety of things already, which is okay. I'm going to pull that out, although I may regret it. I'm going to pull that out, although I may regret it. Check in the other drawers real quick. No, it's not going to be in there. Which means that for now, we are stopped. We'll have to order more plates, which is totally okay. Like, look at this. This is awesome. It's turning out super cool. So we'll put these guys away. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1, 2, and then we tile. Oh, that's making me nervous. Let's pull this back. This is going so fast, actually. Only been 33 minutes of this, and we already did 5 railways, which is actually great, because it's good to know that this particular task doesn't take forever. Another one down. And that's the last of the rails that we can really do today. So we're going to make a note that we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more. Eight by 16 dark gray base plates. And in a second, we'll count the other parts that we would need to order to go along with those base plates. But for now, we're just going to go through and tile... Oh, wait, here's one. So it's actually only 6 more. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's see what's in here. Because we've now ruled out using these dark bluish gray 2x2 circles, which I'm fine with. It was a good early idea, but they're done now. So we'll put those over here in these parts that we've ruled out using, just extra parts. Here's our that. Here's our these. And then we've got these. We've got enough of these forever. We have more than 6 of these. So all we would need to note is and 24 2x2 blue circle tiles. To tram. To tram is a verb now, I've decided. So take all these. Where's the plastic bag I was just holding? Oh, it's back there. And it's crazy, but I might actually need to order some gray Blay studs too, but we'll see. So put this away. Put these away. We'll see how deep into that second bag of... Oh, you can't see it yet. There's a whole second bag of these. We'll see how deep into it we get. Okay, put that away. Big, medium, 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 small, 3, dropping parts is so annoying because it's like, well, that's the cat's dinner if you don't find it right away. It belongs to the feline now. Oh, I really need to sort parts. But you know, every once in a while, a little Lego piece as a snack. It's just protein, right, Kat? Yeah, totally just protein. these extra brick separators are a nuisance right now. Probably all from the sets that we built on stream. Oh, hey, here's a hose that is just a pure extra. I mean, this doesn't really look like a Star Wars hose. Maybe it looks like a hose that's got fuel going through it. Should we use this? I mean, this doesn't go to anything. This is a strict extra part that we got from something. Here, we can attach it to this stud. Do we have another piece like that? I don't know. I feel like that's kind of fate that we have that. Why not put it to use, right? It wasn't the hose I was planning on, but hey, hose. We'll add that to the Imperial display, which will be neat. Get this out of here. Get this out. This out. This. Take all these pieces that we determined we don't need more of. Put them down here. Sometimes it's good to clean a little bit as you go. And then these are all kind of special, so we're not going to put those away quite yet. Put this back down, and we'll get back to work. It's actually amazing some of the things I accumulate as extra pieces. Okay, so why did we do all that? We did all that because we're going to need more 1x1 studs. I wonder how many times I've looked for that bowl and been like, where on earth is that bowl? The answer is it's just holding Lego in my unsorted parts, which it should not be. Oh well. Back to the road again. You know, the other thing you could do if you were really insane is you could actually use like a random number generator to predict the position, to determine the positions of all these parts. And that would actually be more random. We'll use 1, 2 studs. And then we tile like this. Anybody getting bored yet of the tiling? I mean, we keep kind of changing up what we're doing a little bit. I'm really glad we remembered the studs. Like, not using the studs would have really come back to haunt us down the way. And I'd prefer not to be haunted by my Lego sets. I don't know about you guys. Or by my Lego decisions. The only Lego decisions I want to be haunted by are my Lego purchasing decisions. How about that? Imagine if I had used squares. That would be miserable because they wouldn't be lined up very well. I actually do use squares to make carpet. That's what I use it for. Boom. One more rail. So the rest of these, I think we just tile them. Yeah, the rest of these we just tile. And this is going to take, what did we say? I think it's like 85 or 87. Almost 100 of these per instance. So this is going to be pretty brutal. I want to get that out of the glare if possible, but that's okay. So now we just kind of, again, if it wasn't so incredibly fast, I would say maybe this wouldn't be the best thing to do right now. Let's do 12 more minutes of this, and then we'll reevaluate. Because now I don't have any more decisions to make. Now it's just purely rote, which is not me saying Rise of the Empire territory battles. It is me saying by memory. Actually, I might not have the patience to do this right now. Well, I can certainly use up this bag, right? I mean, we're literally making... Oh, don't forget the studs. Ah! Don't forget the studs. Okay, I'm going to put studs on all of these ones that are laid out in front of me right now to minimize the chance that I forget them going forward. Also, going to be right back. There we go. Okay. Took care of a couple little things there. Keep moving this around to try to stay out of the glare, but easier said than done. Okay. Back to tiling. Back to the tile again. Oops, there goes gravity. So what do we think? Let's say I've got about 1,000 of these. That's actually only 12-ish of these plates. How many of these do we think I can do per minute? If I start counting, I'll never stop counting, so that's going to actually drive me insane. Maybe for a second. Let's say, conservatively, it takes me 5 seconds to plop one of these down. And there are 12, so that's 12 per minute. So that would mean to get 120, it would be 10 minutes. Or to get 1,200, which is roughly what we've got, that would be 100 minutes of just doing this. So an hour and a half of just doing this. It's not terrible for as many of these as we're going to actually cover. But would it take, it would take me longer than an hour and a half of this to go insane, that's for sure. Or to go like, but to go stir crazy, I think I could probably do like 20 minutes of this, maybe. I mean, it looks nice. It looks very nice. There's one. Here we need a stud. And we need another stud. Luckily, this seems to be one of the most common extra pieces, so that's not a problem. Also, the addition of the stud really gives us an awesome texture. Like, comparing the ones that have the stud to the ones that don't have the stud, like, which are completely flat. Like, I don't know, if I'm looking at, like, a cobblestone road, I expect there to be some slight unevenness over time. And this kind of mimics that pretty effectively. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely blowing through these pieces. So I should probably make sure I order another, like, big batch of them as well. Also, notably, I'm clearly using only 16 of the 1x1 Blay round tiles. I'm clearly never going to be able to blow through that big bag of 1,000, which is kind of unfortunate. But again, having extra parts in huge bulk is not the worst thing ever, because you never know what project you'll come across that's going to use that part. That's another one down. Swap that out. Right onto this one. At some point with things like this, you get into a rhythm of it, where like your brain just shuts off and accepts that it's doing, like you're a factory worker or something. Which is a very noble task, which just involves a very particular mind state to really get into, not just a factory worker, but specifically like an assembly line worker. And I'm really pretty determined to like actually get to a stopping point with this, like to actually use as much of either the little tiles or of the base plates that are filled already as I can, because I don't know, the more you use, like, it's just good. It's just good. It's just better to use it up as much as you can. It's better to not leave projects unfinished, which was really a huge problem that we had when we were first getting started streaming. Like, it's only been the last 3 weeks that we've had like projects that, if not 100% complete like last week, or at least are ready to be like totally set aside until such time as more parts come, compared to like I have, like, I'm thinking about when I finish this, I'm still going to have a little bit of stream time left today, and I'm like trying to think like what's the most effective use of that. Now I need to deal with this mess, but like also behind me I still have I literally still have the Cloud Forest Mountain, which was like the first custom stream that we worked on, with 2 more sets left to add into it and to tie it all together. And hopefully it won't need any extra parts once I do so, but I'm like, I think that I want to allocate at least 2 hours to working on that, so it's not something that I want to start like right now. But look at that, we're almost done with that first smaller bag of these parts. And again, I'm thinking about like a super, super small shop vacuum just for picking up Lego parts all at once. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I know there's a couple other projects that came in this bag that relate to things that I have laying around here. So I think it'd be good to knock those out. Okay, I got this. Pour out more of the bag. We might be using most of this bag here. So just to think out loud for a second here, other things that I know are in this bag that I could work on are a few spare parts to the Lego golf course, which is pretty self-contained, but it is also one of the sets that I have like laying out that I'd love to be able to be done with. And I estimate that's probably just shy of an hour to do. I have parts for a, like, I don't know what to call it exactly. Like, there's an Arctic set that I did that I just got the exclusive parts to, so that's where there's like polar bears and stuff. That won't take long at all. That would take maybe 10 minutes, including documenting it, so we'll probably knock that out. There's a beachfront, which would be really, really great to knock out, because beaches, they don't really require a lot of extra effort. But because I have to tile the water, that could be 30-ish minutes. And then there's the house. So originally in my residential section, I was going to have the house from up beside a little Lego set called Cozy House. What is this? But since then, Lego released another set that I want to put by the Cozy House, and they released Minions Gru's house, which is what I want to put beside the house from the movie Up. So I'm no longer setting those two side by side, which means that that's kind of going to be like an intensive operation. So there'll have to come a day where I literally build both of those two new sets. And I don't think I even have the one that's going to go by Cozy House, but I'd have to at least build the Minions Gru and then take Up from behind me and do those. Which would be a pretty good thing to do. That'd be a nice... That's a nice calm stream to work on. Again, July is right around the corner now, so I'm like... I spent a lot of extra time in June like working on building furniture and stuff like that, so I have to think about... Like, do I want that to extend into July? Where do I want my extra time in July to be going? You know, like, kind of be intentional with decisions like that from time to time. So we'll knock out the polar bear next, because the parts for my little, like, quote-unquote zoo, I haven't really finished the zoo idea yet, so it's been just off to the side. But it's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward. And then I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to do the beach that I know is laying out. And that'll probably take us right up to the end of our stream time for today. And it'll have gotten us... And then maybe I can knock out the park pretty quickly on a weeknight. The mini golf course, I mean. And then I can also probably knock, and then that would allow me to do like a dedicated stream for like Minions Gru's house plus Up house, and like putting them both in the residential section, which would be a small scope stream. And then I have another small scope stream of like 2 hours to do finishing the Cloud Forest Mountain, which is the big bugaboo. The other big bugaboo that's going to require ordering parts is finishing my blue street, which is taking up like a third of my display space. And then another other stream that I need to do that's small scope is finishing up my all those Star Wars builds that were my basement raid a couple streams back, one of the earlier streams. Okay, now we're getting to the annoying part where I have to keep looking for there's a stud. But at least this breaks up the monotony of placing the tiles down. And there's a stud. And there's a stud, which I better grab while it's exposed. And there's a stud, which I better grab while it's exposed. So polar bears. Then beach. Oh, which will be neat because this will be the first time you guys have seen my beach builds on stream, and they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. Definitely wide awake, though. I've had enough caffeine and taurine together somehow to make sure of that. Yeah, these, wow, these look so awesome, guys. These look so awesome. It looks so intentional. Both the ones with rails in them, and I love that you can't really tell the difference between the ones with rails in them and the ones that don't. Like, you can see if you're looking right at it, but if you're not looking for it, it just, oh, it's really good, guys. Does anybody know, is it pronounced set or sete? That's what we were asking earlier. This cobblestone-y type of technique. Another one. 2 studs. We're totally going to get through our stack here. I am so, so glad we remembered studs at the last minute. That would have been really unfortunate to have to, like, undo a bunch of work. I also think it was really smart to not try pulling up all these tiles, rather, and instead to just kind of invest in future non-rail cobblestone that we needed. And just order a few more for more rails. And this will be great because we can totally just, at the end of another stream sometime, we can build those next 6 rail plates. I don't think we've yet placed 4 of these as if to make a 2x2 circle on their own, which is kind of funny because statistically speaking, you would think that would have happened yet. But I guess it can't really happen because there's not as many open 4x4 spaces. So it's not like a 1 in 4 chance or a 4 in 16 chance of doing that. It's more like it only happens in the times like right now where I'm working in a 2x2 space. See, like that was 50% success right there, and now there's no other 2x2 spaces left on the board, which is okay. Another one done. Now we need some more studs. That do not have holes in them. There's one. I mean, yeah, I should just pour this out, but then I have to pick it back up, and again, until I have like a little Lego vacuum, it's kind of annoying to do that. This is also why I should sort my spare pieces. Just more things I can do while I'm home with the new kitten. Soon. I know I saw another one in here. There it is. Is that one too? Nope. That's one. Okay, I think we're getting pretty low in this little container of unsorted parts, so we'll go to the bigger container of unsorted parts in a second. See if I can find one more in here. I bet I can. Possibly not. Nope, I think we've got them all out of this container. That's fine. How many more do we have to go? Up to 7. Which, again, up to 7, that's going to take an awful lot of our remaining time, but that's okay. We're going to prioritize finishing whatever we are currently working on over a bunch of task switching, which just kind of slows you down. It's easier for your brain to just go, boom, we're doing the same thing over and over again. Certainly going through these tiles like nobody's business. My goodness. This is not really an optimal on-stream task. Like, we could have stopped like once we had the idea laid out, but we're so deep in it now. It's like, why cut your losses when you could just finish your conquest? I guess the only thing we could have done differently here would have been if we'd used... again, we could have used all the thousands of 1x1 light circles, or we could have done these light version of these tiles, and then there'd be color uniformity. But I think having the two different colors there really makes this a lot more visually striking than it would otherwise be. And I think that the LEGO designers, when they've done sets where they've done some version of cobblestone, also kind of reach that same conclusion. Like, I think some of the Diagon Alley models that they've done do this kind of thing. There's another one. Okay, now we need a bunch of... Unfortunately, we now need a bunch of studs, which is going to suck. There's 3 extra minifigures here. Never figured out what those went to. They came like as extra parts in something that I bought. So eventually I could use them for something. Here's one. Here, let's just lay these out. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left potentially. So here's one. The most annoying part of these not being sorted is that, like, you keep running into ones that are open-faced. There's one. There's one. There's one. We might have enough. I mean, I'm sure we do have enough, but do we have the patience to plumb them out? There's one, is a very different question. This is why you sort your parts. This is why you sort your parts. Increasing the size of our scoop here. Got to get to that juicy nougat center of the Lego part bin. I think we're already running a little low here on the desired part. There's a lot of ones with holes. There's one. So hypothetically, we only need 5 more. Totally confident there's 5 more in this particular bowl. Maybe let's find one more in here. Okay. See if we've got 4 in our actually correctly sorted extra parts, which will be pretty easy to see. Four more of you guys laying around in the bottom? Bet we do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. And there were more in there too. Give us properly sorted Lego parts. This transmission brought to you by Properly Sorted Lego. It's properly sorted, so you don't have to. All right, let's finish the job. I mean, look at all this cobblestone area we're covering. It's pretty deep. Oh, this one missed, this one missed its circles, actually. So we can still cobble it, but we're gonna have to mark that. 2. I was like, why does this one look so open? 3 and 4. In fact, let's not cobble that one till the end. Make a note that I actually need 28 of these. Okay, we'll do this one. This one's not missing its circles. It's a machine. Need more. Probably doing extra labor by transferring these from left hand to right hand, but at some point, sit straight up for my posture there. Oh, this one was almost a complete circle. Almost a naturally complete circle, but not quite. Next. almost complete circle. I actually think it would look unnatural if we actually did complete one. I seriously am so curious where those side builds for the ATST and the TIE Dagger went. I'm like, I could have sworn they have been here for like a year. And now, just when the world needed them most, they vanished. Maybe they're right over there. That would be funny. Another. We will check that when we take a break after we do 3.5, well, really 4 more of these, and then we are done with Medieval Cobblestone for today. We'll go rescue the polar bears from global warming or something like that. It goes fast. When you're really in it, it goes fast. Three more. Now we're actually starting to run low on these. 2 more. My arms are getting tired from being ever so slightly elevated above the table here. It's pretty funny. Wait, I could have been going 2 at a time this whole time? I could have been going twice as fast? Oh my gosh. The machine. We become fully machine. He's more machine than man now. Gosh, why did it take me so long to come up with this? The rate is double. 1 million more units on the way. Wow, that was so much faster. Holy cow. Well, we discovered that way too late in the process. Whatever. Let's get the last one done. Oh, we just did 3 at a time right there. This one's not special. I'm just using those bricks to mark the places where the 2x2 light bluish gray tiles were supposed to go that are currently missing. Helps me stay on autopilot here. Oh my gosh, this is so much faster. It's actually crazy. Gosh dang it. We still have a little bit more of these tiles. Actually, we have a lot more. Probably even enough for the next few. The question is, will we need them? I don't think so. I think we will just barely not need them. Let's see how well our random pouring did. Wait, are we exact? Oh my gosh. Are we exact? Guys, are we exact? Oh my gosh, 1 off. That's funny. Wow. That was a lot of tiling. Oh my goodness. That was a lot of tiling. Wow. Okay. I'm going to take a quick mental sanity break, and then we'll come back and we'll rescue the polar bears from global warming. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, there. We're back. We somehow seem to have something resembling our sanity. Ugh. And we're feeling pretty motivated to finish those last two things. Oh, I could also do those at some point. That's another mindless task that we could have gotten done. That's for another stream. That would make more sense when we're next working on buildings and we need to. Let's move that up here just in case. This set to the side. This is all set to the side. Don't what I needed so many white flowers for. And these. All right, my workspace is almost cleared up actually. Okay. Other things that we are working on. Cozy house, up house, family homes. Are the family homes here? They're not here. So where are they? Must be put away. Portal hideout, log cabin, dragon boat race, beach camper van. We know we're going to do that. Volcano exploration, flaming foundry, flower fruit, windmill. I think we just did this. Rescue center. These are parts for the golf course. We're going to do that another time. Okay, so the only ice adventure set with baby polar bear. That's not very descriptive. Let's look that up. Oof. Goodness gracious. Show results for polar bears. So here's our polar bears. We also have a black bear and a dog. I know where those go. We have these. So let's look at parts. Okay, so it's not listed under polar bear. So let's just look at bear. So parts. Then we'll look at category animals. This should do. Bear number 7, sets 2003, appears in only one set. That is this one, 6378. So we'll write that down. I'll call it Zoo, 6378. Key parts to Arctic Adventure, Arctic Explorer Truck, and Mobile Lab. That's the name of the set. And again, I like to record all of that just to know that, like, key parts only. And this is going to go in my zoo area eventually, which I can't recall if I even have written this down as a section yet. Nope, it's here in needs parts, right? Yeah, I think so. So what I should do is I should put this, okay, parks, not parking meters. Not parking meters. Oh gosh, so many parking meters. Yeah, my completed notes file is 83,000 lines, by the way, plus another 15,000 in the needs parts section. Wait a second. Removed to park, Midtown, park. Let's add a new section here called zoo. So this way when I search zoo, that'll come up again in the future. Okay. Then we can delete this one here. And then, actually, medieval windmill. We can add this to complete it as well. that's where... Okay, Old Town. Medieval Market Village. So let's do this. Nope, wrong set. Here we go. We're going to say added. That's fine. Okay. And then we're done here, so we just go to the set. We look at, all right, what did I actually get out of this set? So I probably just got polar bear, baby polar bear, baby polar bear. Let's get it so you can see them. Polar bear, baby polar bear, baby polar bear. Looks like we've got a rock here that fits together. I mean, should I just look at parts? I think that's what I should look at. Well, let's look at the minifigs, because I think we built all 4 of these minifigures. So here is this guy. This is the lady. So here she's like this. And then she's got a cap like this. And then she's got snowshoes. One. I need to get up here. Where's your other shoe, miss? Where is the other snowshoe? There it is. That's one. Can't pick it up. One minifigure. Let's find another one. Orange pants, jacket, bandolier. Looks like a beard. And a white, I think this is called Ushanka, I'm forgetting. He should actually have a pair of snowshoes also, but I'm not sure if I got a second pair. I might have just gotten 2, which is okay. That doesn't really bother me. Okay. This guy, also orange pants. We got more orange pants over here. These are collectible minifigures and stuff. Oh, this is all Bricklink, so it shouldn't be over here. Nope. Nope. Maybe I only got the exclusive parts or something. Because it looks like I also didn't get the doctor. Let's see what faces I have. So it'd either be a brown bearded fellow or a gal with certain glasses. And it looks like I don't have either of those, which is kind of a strange choice to just get 2 minifigures out of the set, but looks like that's what we did, so okay. Lots of hair pieces back here. Oh, I know why we have lots of hair pieces, because we made the wig stand. Okay. Guess that's the only 2 minifigures we got from there. Probably because they were exclusive. Oh, yeah, because they're exclusive to this set, whereas the other 2 minifigures are not exclusive to this set. So there we go. There's a method to the madness. Let's see. We should have a rock crystal. Well, so again, I guess the rock crystal would have been not exclusive to this set, so I just have this, the crystal that it came in, which is pretty cool, actually. And I strongly bet I probably just scrolled through here and looked for things that came in single-digit numbers of sets. Single-digit or even lower. Those snowshoes in that color have only come in 3 sets too, so that's why I got them. But we're not looking for 3 sets, we're looking for 1 set. The rock crystal. Polar bear, polar bear. I guess this also... Oh, it's a cash register. That doesn't go to Arctic. Okay, so I think this is it. I think these are the only parts we got here. So let's throw those in a little baggie. And then I'll chuck that over to where someday I'm going to make my zoo. Yep. Look, at least I've got them, okay? This set, with 2 exclusive animals, 3 exclusive animals, did not pass me by. And the crystal... Done. Literally just gonna hurl those off screen. Perfect on target. Okay. And we're almost done with stream for today. 6 minutes till we hit the 4-hour mark. We like to go for up to 5 hours. But there's one last thing we need to do. Or that we said we were going to do. And that is, I said we were going to make the beach. Which means we can clear out at least one thing that's been laying around. So we go to orders en route. We're going to go here. I have not made a standard beach in a while. So the sets we're going to use are beach camper van and the beach camper van's bathrooms, beach bathrooms, and then the Lego Bricklink Designer Program food hut. So let's show it. Okay, so here is the Designer Program Snack Shack. It's a cool little set. It's got the Snack Shack, a rat, a seagull, and a guy serving people food in there. And this is just a really cool and unique minifigure print. It's a cool set. It's a very cool set. Now, we have something I call my standard shore. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this all the way back near the edge of the screen, along with these extra... And these extra parts, these belong to the beach huts, the bathrooms from set 31138. So these are basically going to become extra parts that we can use to make our standard shore. So to show what our standard shore looks like, let's go ahead and we want to... Okay, so I actually wrote all of these out, which is awesome. I actually really legitimately love making these beaches, so this is going to be fine. So beach camper van was missing one 2x2 brown round plate, which I imagine I would have thrown in here somewhere, but maybe I didn't. Maybe it's in a bricklink order, which we'll find later, because it would just get stuck on the under... Oh, I know exactly where it would get, but not where it would go. Where it would go, but not where it would get. Something like that. Okay, so we're rejuvenated. Needs one standard beach. So for each shore transition, which is 16 by 32, you can see I'm scrolling through my notes here. I've done this many times. My beaches look really nice. So we're going to build it as if we need everything. So it's 1x2, 1x8 tan plates. These go low. One 2x2 tan plate. Goes about here. One 16x16 tan plate is going to go here. And you'll see this is all like very specific heights that we're working with to do some things here. And we'll put this underside in the middle. We're on this line. Then we'll go down 3x3 tan plates. So here's 1, 2, 3. Two 1x8 tan plates. These go high, which means they go here. 1, 2. It's a good set of instructions that I have for this. One 8x16 tan plate, which goes high. One 8x16 dark tan plate, which goes low. A lot of extra tan plates back here. I guess those were for the... those were all for the farmland, and we did not end up using them that way. But it's great because we have extras. So see this? This is going to go on the underside here. Like so. And now the total length of this is the same as the total length of a base plate because we've spaced it out like that. Awesome. And then 1x8 dark tan plates, clear cheese slopes, water, etc., etc., etc. But the thing is, this is how we would normally build a shore transition. And then all we would add is some dark tan waves and stuff like that, and that's all fine and good. But this time, we actually have access to extra pieces here. Where have I listed Snack Shack? I have a suspicion. Hang on. So let's copy this. This is in orders. But let's search everything, too. Snack. Not here. Snack. It's not here. Snack is not here. Snack is not here. So we'll go to this one. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to say added. Bricklink. Snack Shack. And let's go ahead and get the set number from that from Bricklink real quick. Duplicate. Snack. $91,0030 is the name of that, is the number of that set. 91,0030 Snack Shack. So the next question is, is the snack shack too deep for a standard shore? Is it too thick? The answer is yes, which is kind of annoying. Now, if we turn it sideways... this is really going to need to be a double. Now, that's an obstacle. That is definitely an obstacle. But it's not a huge obstacle for two reasons. First reason, we have lots of extra parts. But let's just note that this is going to be... We're adding 2 standard beach. Okay, so let's do it again. And luckily we have the parts for this because we didn't use all of them. So here's the thing. Now what we're going to do, so we know that this is about the width that we're working with. Ooh, I need to make sure that I have... Actually, I'm pretty sure I do. I think my water parts are all in here somewhere. Yep. They're in the same bag as the black parts, which we're going to stop doing now. So here's water parts. Here's water parts. What I don't think I have is an 8x16 dark tan plate, which is going to slow us down pretty significantly, unless I can find one. It could be with the plates. Small chance it's with all those plates. No, it would not be there. It would be here. So I don't have one. So that's unfortunate because I was hoping this was going to be a set that we'd be able to just take complete all in one fell swoop. But that is not the case. Technical difficulties. But on the bright side, you get to see pretty much exactly how I do this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we don't need any of this. We do want this. So that's part of our shore right there. Is it supposed to be that direction? I feel like it was supposed to be the other direction. No, I think that's the right direction. So put these back because we won't need them. And then we're going to go... So all of this, these are set parts to the beach and camper van that we can use on the bottom of this thing instead of using the other parts that came with. And we'll try to do the same thing for the 16x16s using the parts that came with the snack shack, which has apparently got some wetness underneath it. So we're actually just going to take off all of these parts here, hopefully not destroying the set in the process. I don't think we will. And you might recall when I was doing the stream with, I think, what did we build that was deserty? When we did Mos Eisley, I talked about how annoying it can be that there's rounded parts like this. All right, now I'm going to look on the bottom real quick. There's still two more big tan pieces. So, can I get these, or do I need to grab the knife? I got to grab the knife. Just because I don't have a very good angle. Again, I'm really hoping this set doesn't, like, shatter in my hands. That would be really unfortunate. Really, really unfortunate. Oh, it's about to. One more. Just one more. Two. Set's looking flimsy. Set's looking decidedly flimsy. There we go. Held together by a stitch and a prayer, but it is held together. So set that aside. So we don't actually care about the snack shack right now, and the reason for that is we want to use all of these pieces, somewhere in this build that is covered up. So let's take a look at that. So we're actually going to flip this over. And we're going to flip this over. And we're going to make this one big thing. So we won't need these. We can put them up top, like this. We won't need these. And we won't need this. Ouch. My nails are not long enough for Lego building at the moment. So now we get to take apart all of these parts from the two sandy sets that we've just decided we're cannibalizing here. And we're just going to sort of strategically place them to elevate these. So double plates, always want to press together really firmly. And we're going to be done with this in a snap, a whip, and a hop. Let's go ahead and do this down here, like so. Lift all that up. Double plates, connect carefully. One up here. Actually, we'll use this up here. Same here. And when we're done with this, I'll place it flat and we'll just press down on everything. Which is why I actually need to pull this up right now. And this. So actually, I think we can get up top. Let's go torso and aerial. Aerial with torso, there we go. And I'm gonna really get in this. I'm gonna get in this. Okay, so we use this here. Oh yeah. Get every stud connected when we're doing double. And the height's gonna matter here, and we'll show why when we get to the water. Go over here. Get this one. Come down here, get this one, like this. Attaching every stud. Go over here. Get this one. So these are more plates than would normally be under our standard beaches, but we don't care. All we're trying to do is preserve the set parts that were used here. Get this, like so. How about that? Same over here. Up here we have this. Let's go like that. Then we can go here. Actually, hang on. Over here, where it's going to be like that. Okay. There we go. Up here. Up here. And now, just like whenever we do pretty much, there we go, this. Get this. And then here, this can go here. Actually, we should center that. Well, I guess we'll just use these three over here. And that's that. So now, when we lay this flat, you can press on this beach in a lot of different spots, and it still more or less stays flat. So now, let's think about where we want to press this snack shack down versus where we want those beachside toilets to be. Let's leave a path of 2 over here. Let's check our back dimensions. That's pushing out, so if we go down one more, that's a little bit better. That's flush. And then we know that we can have our 2 bathrooms kind of like right up there, which is going to be just fine. So now we need to make the snack shack flush on this new base, this upgraded profile that we've created, which is actually going to be kind of annoying. It's actually going to be exceptionally annoying. So we're going to take off all these little accoutrements for a second so that we can actually press down on the key plates. Because you only really want to press down in places where there's actual connection points. This is not the correct order to do this operation, but that's okay. Same thing over here. Same thing with the big hut. get the back row as much as possible. Get this side. We've got some shipping boxes and stuff. And we'll get this side again. Where we've got this boardwalk. Now, what am I missing here? This one. There we go. And that's going to be pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty flush. Check the bottom again. It's all pretty flush. So there we go. The snack shack now has a home. So now let's talk about how we do the plate. Where does the water meet the beach? And now look, we can spread all these minifigures out around here a little bit more. And the trash can, the pail of water, and the rat. Got a desert rat there, a little womp rat. Seagulls on the trash can. Maybe the rat and the seagull are having a fight. Awesome. So now how do we do water? Do it like this. Actually, these waves will make more sense in a moment, so I'm going to set them aside. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. But our standard water is... Actually, just to be safe, I think I better pull up an Instagram picture of some of my water. Loading. This was an ambitious thing to... This was a pretty ambitious thing to pull up in the waning moments of a stream, but... All I need is literally any picture that includes a beach. Built a lot of cool stuff. I have no pictures that show my beaches. Okay. So we'll do it the way that we did some of our other things here. So we know we need 7 clear 1x2 tiles. Which I think we've already actually set aside from what we were doing previously. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. Yeah, we set those aside while we were doing Lake Valor. 2 clear 1x1 tiles. So here's 1 that was set aside. And there might be another one in here, but I think we cleared them out of this area pretty effectively. So I'm going to pull that from I'm going to preemptively pull that from my extra pieces, which will be not a problem. Never mind, not from that extra pieces. Do it from the unsorted extra pieces. Hey, Antilles. Well, you missed some fun. We were able to knock out the Imperial Hangar really, really, really quickly. So we just kind of moved on to just a couple other builds. As you can see, we're finishing up this snack shack in the beachfront. The cool thing about this is going to be, I think the first time, possibly the first time on stream that I've gotten to show my, the way I handle the beaches. I need a 1x1 clear tile, which I may or may not find, since we used a lot of them on Lake Valor. So I'll be going for probably another like 15 minutes here, but that's probably about it. It's good to have you, though. Just hanging out. Ugh. There have been a lot of embarrassing references to my unsorted extra pieces here, which is looking pretty brutal. Looking pretty brutal. It's gotta go through this at some point. I also need to figure out whether I have that piece that you were at, those pieces that you were asking about. Wow, I actually legit might not have another one of these tiles ready to go after all the ones that we used. Which would be annoying, and I'll show why in a second here. Come on, just give me one. I'll be a good boy for a whole week. That is a cheese slope. That's not what I need. Maybe these aren't actually a very common extra piece. I guess that's the case. Well, oh well. We have to order a few other parts anyway. Okay, so we're making water here. And this is actually where the technique that I used on Lake Valor actually came from originally. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we go transparent light blue. We're going to use 29 of these. So here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We won't be doing this for nearly as long as we did on Valor, though. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I'm going to use 2 of these 1x1 plates here, which allows an attachment point. Then we go back and we keep saying 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. And I kind of feel like we're off by a piece here, which is not perfect. What am I missing? Oh, I know what I'm missing. 2 1x8 dark tan plates. Whoops. Which means I actually have to move this entire thing back by 1, which is super annoying. Oh no. Oh no. We were so close to greatness. We were so close. It's fine. It's luckily not that many of them to move. But I feel like I forget this every time I do one of my beaches, because my mind somehow skips over that line entirely. Really lucky I didn't make an error like this with Lake Valor. That would have been mind-blowingly painful. But again, we'll see in a second here how this looks really, really pretty. Funny enough, all of this has not ruined this brick separator like we ruined one earlier, because we're just approaching all these from the same angle, basically. There we go. Put that back. Now, put these. There's a reason for that. Reconnect this on the bottom. Go back to doing the water. Again, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, I'm off. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Put down our studs so we have an attachment point. I actually want those to be right here. Yeah, that's better. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. And now we've got the correct amount. And then we're going to need to go into get these, which are left over from... We don't have a very big stock of extras of these, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4, 6, 8. Put the rest of those back where they came from. And then finally, 1, 2, 3, 4 transparent light blue ones. And there's that. And that's what our oh, hold on. Almost forgot the most fun part of all. The waves. There should be a 1x2 dark tan plate in here. Exactly one of them. There it is. Then we'll come over here and we'll do the same. I need this to rest on something for right now. And then for each one of these, we're going to have 16 trans clear cheese slopes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then because I bet there's others left over from Valor, whoops, I dropped that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, we found our tile. There we go. 8, 9. 10. Oh, that's another tile. This is number 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Bingo. So let's show how these are used. So the idea is you have these waves. Actually, I'm going to want to have this camera back so we can look at this up close once the effect is done. There we go. So it's going to kind of start over here. And it's going to rise up as if the wave is coming right out of the water. There we go. Something like that. And you can kind of tell based on the angle pretty much how far the crest of the wave should be with the dark tan sand underneath it. And I just think the overall effect is super beautiful, actually. Again, we're going to look at this dead on in a second here, and we'll be able to see. Now, do I have 1x8 dark tan tiles in here to use? I do not. That's okay. So those would be down here, then we get this one, and this one. This one's fine. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, then we go 1, 2, and then this one's up here. 3, then we go 1, 2, and there's 2 more down here. It would look kind of like that. And then we'll just count and make sure we have the rest of all the other pieces, and we're about to be done with this, besides ordering that last 8x16 dark tan. So it says 7 clear 1x2. So here's 2, 4, 5. Also found those other 2 snowshoes, which is neat. I think we're out of clear 1x2s, so we might need to get 2 of those. Although I feel like I might have some extras laying around somewhere. Clear. Where'd I use clear? Again, with the few water parts I have that actually are sorted, I'm very interested in not having them become unsorted again. So, being careful here. Wow, I cannot stop dropping that thing. Nope, I don't see any clear 1x2s, so we'll need 2 more 1x2s, which is fine. Two clear light blue. Those are there. 29 of these, which is going to be pretty easy because we didn't use as many on Valor as we thought. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 8 of the dark blue ones. Four transparent light blue 1x1 tiles. I think that number is off, actually. I think it's only 2. Oh no, it's right. So I need 2 more of these. And that's it. That's kind of what it looks like. So let's take a quick look at this through the microscope or up front. And then we're going to call it a day after all of that work. And we'll record, one more of these. So now I only need one more 1x2 clear tiles. I bet there's one in here when I start cleaning up, because now I finally get to clean up all of this area over here after quite a lot of working on this October order. Let's take a look. Let's see what that looks like. So that's it in the bottom right there. This is kind of what the beach looks like. So you can see there's the color gradient going from darker to lighter. And then you actually have the waves cresting up, and the increasing dark color of the dark sand there continues over to the side. I don't know. I've just always really liked... I was always really happy when I came up with this version of doing it. So that's our beach. Now imagine this, just a long beachfront with the texturing of the waves coming in, extending for like 8 feet. And that's what it looks like. Anyway, guys, I'd say we did some pretty good work today. Thanks everybody who popped in for the stream. Good job with the Imperial Hangar and all that medieval cobblestone that we did. It's good stuff. Maybe not as utterly exciting as the hangar last week, but I think it was a good time. So I'll have to think about where we're headed next Sunday. If we don't do it somehow in the next week, what it'll probably be is finally returning to that giant mountain build with the Mandalorians and the mines and all of that kind of stuff that we've been set aside for quite a few weeks now.